Sorry. But hello. My model. There we go. Ah. Wow. My headset's beeping at me. There we go. They gotta make the clouds somehow, I guess. Nope. Of course. Easy game. Vespurism. I'll take care of that in a second. Barely gave me anything. I say is that probably actually put me a lot through 86. Still haven't played Viper because holy tooltips. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt when I first started it, but then I got the hang. I kind of started realizing how it worked and got the hang of it. Also, where the fuck are these birds? Are they... They're right here. Yeah, that's fair. I mainly based my hotbar. I like... One second. I looked a lot to my Reaper hotbar to build this one. It's like a mixture of Reaper and Monk. Like the basic combo is Monk. The basic combo is Monk, but the Twin Blade combo is Reaper. Just a bastard shell. That works too, yeah. Careless, did you just actually me? Oh, there go my frames. I don't really know what's going on with like my connection, like why it just does that sometimes. It's very annoying and I have no idea what to do about it. I don't think there's anything I can do about it. And it's really just my stream. It's not doing anything in my game, it's just my stream. Well, like I said, it's not doing anything with my game or anything else. It's just my stream that's acting up. It's just OBS that decides, nope, I don't want to connect anymore for a few seconds. Did he? Well, I wouldn't know what to do anyway. I don't know what he did. I'll have to ask Deegan if if our issues were similar. Are similar, were similar. I used that way too early, but it's fine. Says they're over here somewhere. There they are. No more well-fed. Eggplant. Another eggplant. If you see me looking down like this, I'm looking down over at my phone so I can see the map of where I need to go. I put it up on my phone instead of my computer to see if that might help with the issues, but I don't think it's going to help with the issues. Eh, fuck it, I'll take it. Easy. Bum, 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 da, ba, bum. Well, what am I thinking of? In here. A lot of moon. Ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. I won't disturb that guy's hunting. I'll go over here. Oh, I need to kill a third. Usually you don't have to kill 3. Usually it's always been 2. Go away. Oh shit, that was a fast Q. It is just after reset, so Qs might be a little bit faster. Finally, fucking Ultima weapon as a thing. We used to pray for times like this. Getting Ultima weapon for this. Instead of just pray. Or fucking Castrum. Hey look, I'm already in a safe spot. ZZZ. Hey, I just got this. Also, surprisingly, the other DPS is not a Pictomancer or a Viper. still giving me anything? No. Literally not even giving me anything. Any resources. Hey, Davis. Pretty good so far. I haven't started the main quest yet, but I'm probably going to do that today.
But the Ultima weapon is all-powerful! Why does my enemy still stand? Can his strength truly be so great?
It is the blessing of light that confounds you.
La Brea.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal he bears.
So, this is what empowers him.
Beyond mortal limits. If you are to prevail, the hammer of darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the shield of light. And so it shall, for the Ultima weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
The heart of Sabik. It is the weapon's core, an enigma whose surface even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alleg failed to scratch. The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
I wonder what's inside of it.
Of what magic do you speak?
A spell without parallel. Ultima. I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
La Brea, what have you done?
No more than was necessary for my god to be reborn.
Damn you, Ascian.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power. And From the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
Such devastation. This was not my intention.
Oh, Hydaelyn. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left. Van Belsar, your enemy's shield is broken. The rest I leave to you.
We will speak later, Ascian. But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains. Come, adventurer. Let us find the answer together.
I can't gaze upon it, it's not June anymore. You know, if there's one thing that I'm glad for the new Ultima weapon fight, newer, you actually get to fucking hear the song. Ooh. Whee. What else do I do now? I was just at Thavnir, wasn't? No, I was on the moon. No, wait. I was in Elpis. I wonder, can you... No. You can't click on, you can't click on pets mid-combat, that's right. Imagine... Can you still click on pets mid-combat? I forget. I don't think you can. Oh, I know how that person feels. My inventory is a little full at the moment too. Actually, I'm gonna go take care of that really quick. Blep. Ezra, what are you doing to that chocobo? Actually, I'm pretty sure if I, like, was smart about this, I could actually, like, get the one material I want. Because it won't give you a materia that you're turning in. Sorry this is boring, but I'm just clearing out my inventory a bit here. I'm probably gonna go Paladin still. Ooh. Is that a new one? Oh, that's a new one. Alright, last one. I'm not subjecting the rest of you guys to this anymore. There's so much more materia there, but I'm not going to bother with it. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Not for that much. Might as well have just gotten rid of those two as well. Just go into my apartment where I fucking just stash shit because Alright, let's see here. Let's legitimately start the story. And there's an ad. After this commercial break, we'll start the story. Oh, that was a good crack. Welcome back from the commercial. Now we start. Welcome back, Mance. I've just had word from Erenville. Seems he's managed to secure passage to Toral aboard a guild ship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go and inform your travel companions? Should only take a moment. Ajika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Erenville himself. Ah, there you are. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's guild ship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Toral. There'll be other passengers, researchers, and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Erenville. I doubt anyone expected we'd have a ship all to ourselves. They're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Toral, yes? We've not forgotten. The nation of Tuliole is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession, and support your bid to become Dawn Servant. I said that right, Tuliole. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Toral, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Ilzabard. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest our all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Kryl? Yes, as far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet, oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives, and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of the expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. We won't make you Dawn Servant by standing here and talking about it. Ha! A man of action! Right then, if all are still committed to the journey, then I say we should make ready to depart. Are people logging out? Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well.
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough, disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need? And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Cattenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat!
Hey, you should get down from there. Ooh.
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about
That person looks
Tural
important.
and the right of succession.
Totally not plot
Since we
relevant
still
at
have a
all.
long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own. Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
It's gonna let me change my fucking glam on my boots. Breaths, deep breaths. Okay, my edge starting to dull on these long sea voyages. How about some light sparring later? Oh, this will be my first visit to Tural. I'm not going to say that's the name. I was working at XIV's Aesthetics in Ul'dah, you see, but my employment with them came to an end. That's why I visited Charlian in the hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn Servant welcomes all regardless of origin, so Tuliole seemed like a perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. I see you in Eorzea before, you great and famous hero. I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tural, it's become impractical. Oh, he was dumb speaking intentionally. I see you in Eorzea before, you great and famous you. Now it actually is just stalking Homer. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. My story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Ketaram. You know, the first Eorzean to set foot in Tural, almost 80 years ago. The Mamolja's leader is said to have welcomed Ketaram with open arms, and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. Yeah, but the real treasure was the crops he brought back, potatoes, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tales say Ketaram returned to Tural several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. That even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. An adventure, I presume. I'm a merchant myself, based in Ul'dah. Specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Turali both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this. Yeah. It is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead of by the names of certain clans. Or for the Makote, the Hasaro, the Orthgar, I'm not even going to try to pronounce those. Not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. I'm told this vessel has been equipped with a barrier generator to protect it from storms. It's a reassuring thought, though I nevertheless pray there will be no need for it. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next to the who will be next. Bleh. We're taking bets on who will be sat next. I can't speak. In the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession. Your young Wook Lamad being one of them, of course. But from what a Moljard bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise. Oh, that just brings you back to Charlene. That's funny. Did you learn anything of interest? Blah 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 blah. Oh, I hadn't heard that about the clan names. We should have Lukama and Nurn all teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. You have entered a sanctuary, or probably into Rawl.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tural, yes? Do many Viera live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
We're in the teeth of it now, lads! Reef that sail before the mast snaps!
Oh dear.
Only over that watch! This wind's too strong to take in your sail! Man falling off the mast! We need help! Get him below decks first! Quickly! Before he's washed overboard!
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself. Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses. and thereby shield us from the lightning.
Gee, I wonder why we knew how to use this.
What an extraordinary life he must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease. Woklamat, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress. By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
Land ho. Yeah, that would probably wake me up too. I'm a light sleeper. Ah, flashbang.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Ugh. Can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
Yeah, it's not land ho yet, but they're
For a
ringing the
dark
bells, I
moment,
guess,
thought
because
the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out, or...?
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tulihyolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tulihyolal.
Tuliolal. 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 Tuliolal? Am I saying it right? Well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. Until you can return to the city anytime we speak. Right, then. First things first. Ugh, still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we've just arrived, but we should get you more familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? Aha! We were wondering who these strange folks were. So the third promise has found herself some new followers, then. Followers. Well, Clement, are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick, no sir. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the rite of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely, but a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to, command a respectful distance, but you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please, don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, third promise. They did have a point. Wilcamot is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of her station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean technically? I suggest we move in two groups as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me, then. Nance, you and Kryl can come with me. I'll take the twins, then. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We have time enough for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Wilcamot's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. Ugh. Isn't going anywhere. Let's give Wilcamot I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself, what with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as how we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Arnville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay. Mostly small fishing boats or barges ferry and carry you up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Dawntrail, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. I know how this works. Oh good, it did update the map. I like how we changed it to Hydaelyn. The name is changed to Hydaelyn. Was it always Hydaelyn, or was it the source? I could have sworn it was called the Source for originally. I'm talking about at the top right there. I'm pretty sure it actually said the Source originally up there as well, but now it's called Hydaelyn. Which, yeah. Changing the Source's name to Hydaelyn is nice, actually. Oh look, it's Junie. This is Bayside Bevy, Tuliolo's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go right directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Oh right, I should mention that here in Tuliolo we buy things with Pel, a currency that the Pello created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming in from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your gil. There's also another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next, we'll head back in a bit, but northwards up the stairs to a certain plaza. Hehe, I can't wait to see the look on your faces. As long as you remember that it was invented by the Pello, you'll never forget what our currency is called. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have Aetherites in Tuliolo? I think I told you before, but my brother Kona spent 3 years studying in Sharlayan. He fell in love with the nation and its ways and brought back to us the knowledge of Aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once. I had one built immediately. Did you do the tuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up the slope to the side. Right at the top of the gate, which leads to Dawntrail. Let's make a stop at Bright Plume Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters for the Landsguard. We have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain, as you can see, though the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. Pushing up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Luklamok gets her endless endurance. Here we are, Bright Plume Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tuliolo and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally, Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zral took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alize should be around to hear it too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Sky Gate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yokoi. Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents. Yok-Tural, the southern lands of the mother, and Zak-Tural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long, long ago the two gods fought in a titanic battle, and one threw the other to the ground. The impact was so devastating as to split the continents in twain. A familiar sounding tale. I am put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. But getting back to Zak-Tural, those lands are also part of the Tuliolo nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. The many clans of Tural have been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Zak-Tural requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the rite of succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawn Servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. Then I'll make sure you win. Mark my words. You really mean that? Woe to anyone who stands between you and adventure. We must have covered half the city by now. Tuliolo is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Creation stories are often rooted in true events. Given the similarities, could it be that Tural's legend was inspired by Hydaelyn's clash with Zodiark? I don't need to wear these earrings anymore. We'll head west next, towards the Arctic of the Dawn. The dirigible, whatever, landing is on the way. You have those too? Triolo doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. The Arc of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. Take so we can't imagine. Ooh. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the site of a Yokoi temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Dawntrail to appease the god who slumbers in the great ocean trench. After the Yokoi withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. So when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Tyrol. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tuliolal. We climb these set of stairs here, all the way up. Ooh. Papa's palace is called Shunsa, which roughly translates to Invincible Resilience. Well, I want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. Sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what the carving on the top represents. We'll be coming here later, I know, but Aetheryte. Yeah, I'll grab it later. Because we're going to be over here later. Oh, no, actually, because we're going to be over here later, I might as well actually grab it right now. I was like, oh, we'll be over here later. Let's grab it then. It's literally right there, and when we are over here later, I can just teleport right here. So this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all the Yoctoral clans. Mamulja, Zaparal, Helopelu, Moblin, Hanu Hanu. We also have those three who moved south from... In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Tural. A true representation of Tuliolo's mass, diverse character. Your adornments on each building contribute to the electric culture aesthetic. It's all so beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, continue down the stairs. That big drum is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions, like when honoring the Landsguard's return from a dangerous duty. I've tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tuliolo. We've had them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Koana brought back the plans from Charlian, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Ark of the Dawn awaits! The flying vessels, whereas there's used several battles, seems stronger craft rely on one huge boat to lift them into the air. Balloons are all well and good, but flying through the air is not for me. It's not that I'm afraid, of course, it just seems unnatural. Alpaca key. This is it, the Ark of the Dawn. When the Giants were still here, it was known as the Yoctoral Landgate, but when Papa founded Tuliole, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Through this gate is Kuzamauka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the right of succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozayuka, the name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Alpacas. Ah, those are alpacas. Fearsome, four-legged fiends. Fearsome? They seemed quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Kryl. You'll learn soon enough. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. Hey, daytime music. Also, I just realized I can dye this. I can dye the cape! Yes! Okay. Wow. Holy shit. I'm confused. I don't know how you're supposed to set the favored ties. Oh, that's how. Okay. If you wish to learn the history of Tuliolal, then look no further. These stone pillars, you mean? What's so special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a really good look, you'll see they're something much more interesting. The following event cannot be skipped. Yeah, they're telling a story. Except that last one. Add commercial break. Commercial break while I go get water. And also while I use the bathroom and get some little thing to snack on. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed Mamolja. Oh, then this must be... That's right, it follows the exploits of my father, Gluoljaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliol Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tuliol came to be. Study them as long as you like. This pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts a scene where Papa granted an audience to a foreign explorer, Ket something. I can never remember the name. You mean Ketaram? Ah, that's the one. Ketaram's arrival in Tural what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It's said the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit if not in blood. But no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Ketaram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while. But then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story when Papa visited the Hanu Hanu in their village in Kazamauka. Ah, the people Alphino almost mistook for Vanu Vanu, if not for the colorful plumage. He spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year, very famous and a lot of fun. This one recounts the lay of repast. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of the Zeral, like me. For decades, the Zeral and the Molja were at war for control of the forest Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliolol. There is a clan of Hrothgar and Bozja known as the Hellions. In their society, the women rule as queens and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tural, Zeral men and women appear to be of equal statuses. How dramatically culture can vary with location. Lay of Pots. This one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the moblins of Kozamika. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silverwork they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift-giving. Clearly the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Tural counterparts. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. Lay of Gold. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelu Pelu, whose homeland is in that area. Having created a currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Toliol's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders. Oh, this one is my favorite, the Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tural Vidral. That name. I should explain. A Tural Vidral is a creature which has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. Tataru described the Far Eastern Aspiuses in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomenon? Itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years ago or so, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and sealed it away in the mountains. Despite its reputation, however, it serves as a symbol of power. That's why you see its likeness on Tuliol's national emblem and adorning the banners at the palace. Yeah, I was wondering that earlier when I was doing the Viper quest. Are the Vidrals the same as the Aspiuses? I think it's just the same thing, different name. Ah, the Lay of Proof. That big yellow fellow is of the Yokyhoi, the largest of Tural's peoples. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yogg-Turul. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northwards, setting their sights on Yogg-Turul. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they conquered and withdrew into the mountains. I've never seen any of their kind so much set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. Well, what moved them to renounce the ambitions and their place in Tural history? Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliol's history, whatever that might be. Had your fill of history, then? Yes, thank you. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I think I'm ready to eat again. So let's go have ourselves a bite of a local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. Sorry. Actually, losing FPS here. That's amazing. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tuyolo classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Zabralevtai best. And I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order. I'm butchering all of these names. Someone who knows how to pronounce Mesoamerican stuff is probably turning, like, rolling in their sleep. Insert sip emote here, yeah.
Brokevo!
Brokevu.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scales are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils. Oh! Oh!
Oof.
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh! No.
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor!
Glory on your name, brother.
And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling housecut, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiola. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed Mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wuklamart know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
I never grabbed the landing when we were over there. Can you jump over these? Please tell me you can jump off this. this only has one die channel. Which, I mean, is fine. Several cutscenes. I've acquainted the twins with the city as best as I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly corrals. I understand all too well. Shellian had the same effect on me. Right then, now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home, and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. Oh, hi, Estinian.
Estinian? When did he get here?
More to the point, why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sun Perch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
Thou will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I've fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that man there.
I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Taral.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solanash.
It's Erenville now, Don Servant. I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! All tempered steel. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once. Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends. The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Ona. The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakun Jaja.
He's not even called the fourth promise.
You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away. And it is time I yield my position.
Hello. So far, so good.
But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyola is young. And so I look to the always for inspiration. The right of succession. The means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyola I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads,
nor be a Mamuja at all. So I gave the right of claimant not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against. Though it seems the One Head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in Shock Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Thank you.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Yogg-Tural and find the City of Gold.
Huh.
If I may, Father.
Yeah.
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
Are you for us proof, my unbroken word? For I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliol. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions. And we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same. But in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
It's the stories that we had earlier.
The Tuliyola saga.
Yeah, the saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja as successor and be done with it.
The rite of succession begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest. And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave. You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this? our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm. Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
I want to see where this journey leads.
So you are committed to your path? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come! It's Saralja! Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Serelja. Take heart, tiller of the soil.
The Resilion son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Soralja, the first promise and commander of the Landscape. Serelja, the palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Soralja is indeed the natural child of Gurul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion, common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Soralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Soralja, the warmonger.
Cryon, are you alright?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zuralja's ambitions.
Not me?
Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier.
I thought that was the other chick from Bozja who could see into future. That was the chick from the Bozja who could see into the future. Kryles is more like I think she can just sense emotions and feelings and just stuff like that.
And knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the right of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always. That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studio.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Sharlia. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well.
So we got the Warmonger, the words. Oh, we've got the Warmonger, the invention, the inventor, the racist, and the idealist.
What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your fealty.
Well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. A pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
Aw.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, third promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turoli way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
So we've got the warmonger, the innovator, the racist, and the idealist.
The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious third promise into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's promise? I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuklamat, I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Something, something, strength of heart.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
You know, I never finished Eureka. I wonder if having finished Eureka might have add some things to parts of this quest, line. Right? I do too. Oh, doing that doesn't... I wish doing that would put them on. Oh well. One moment. I picked a bad time to eat a chip. Everyone has a tablet? Let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established the scenes are add time. So now that we've established the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? The Dawn Servant said we were to retrace the path he walked in uniting Tyrell's peoples, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Hello, Jake. You know, I just realized there's something missing. There's something missing from my thing. There we go. There we go. Yeah, Ice Thunder followed me 2 hours ago. Oops. Alright. Then we have the answer here in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the saga. The events the glyphs portray. Do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season, and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That one involved the Pelu Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. Okay, it's gonna be one of those splits. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about that store we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Dawntrail several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eorzea's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. If it's information we need, then just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. It would be prudent to ensure we're prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. Now, at the beginning of every expansion, there's always like a split of choose one area and then choose the other. You have to go to both, but you get to choose which one you want to do first. It's always been at the beginning of every expansion, and I think we're hitting that point. Yes, Every, it was like that in Stormblood and Heavensward as well. If you remember, at the beginning of Heavensward, you got to choose between doing the Sea of Cloud, the southern area of the Sea of Clouds, and the general area of the Corthius Western Highlands. And then in Stormblood, you got to choose between the northern section of the Spine, or the Peaks, There was the northern section of the Peaks and the western section of the Fringes that you chose between. Certainly, sir. I also completely did not read the thing. That's right, the reservation is under Wuklamot's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you've finished organizing your gear, you can meet us outside that place. Greetings, visitors to Tuliole, and welcome to the Forard Cabins. Whenever you are ready, I will show you to your rooms. Yeah, so in Heavensward, you chose between exploring kind of like the general area of the Western Highlands, or going over to the Sea of Clouds, and you explored kind of the southern area of the Sea of Clouds. You could choose which one you wanted to do first, but you had to do both. And it was the same thing over in Stormblood, where you explored the sort of western, northern area of the Fringes, or the northern area of the Peaks. You could choose which one you wanted to do first, but you had to do both. It might have, yeah. It was structured the same way. You could do one or the other, but you had to do both. One or the other first, but you had to do both. I feel like in Shadowbringers and it probably just didn't seem that way because Heavensward was so long ago, and honestly, the Stormblood one, the two areas are right next to each other. Meanwhile, in Shadowbringers, if I remember, in Shadowbringers, you chose between the southern area of Kalusia and the eastern area of Amarang. Those are completely different areas. And then in Endwalker, you chose between the northeastern area of Labyrinthos, or the western area of Thavnair. Bet I can find the quest too. Not that it matters. Oh, yeah, because Over the Wall was the quest for the Western Highlands, and then Onwards and Upwards was the quest for the Sea of Clouds. Both Over the Wall and Onwards and Upwards were available at the same exact time. Although the way it's structured, yeah, it seems like they wanted you to do Over the Wall first. Or maybe it's because it's structured, maybe it's written down like that because I did Over the Wall first. I don't know. Anyway, doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. Just do what you want. I knew that the first, so in Endwalker, I knew that the first dungeon was over in Thavnair. So I did Labyrinthos first. That way, after I did Labyrinthos, I did Thavnair, and I just ended up ending in the same area where the dungeon section of the story would be. Trust you to be keenest to head out, Mance. But where are Arnvel and Woklamat, I wonder? Oh good, you're all here. Who might your companions be? Seeing as how we needed information, I thought who better to get it than from the locals. These two hail from the villages we were thinking to visit. I give you credit for taking initiative, at least. What do you mean, at least? I am honored that the Third Promise would seek my advice. I, too, am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Ah, before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for the two of you. Yeah, they're link pearls, aren't they? What's this? It is called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. I like how Arnvil's like, yeah, I already know what this is. It'll be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. Tuliyolal's saga features a number of Tural's clans. Two of those, the Hanu Hanu and the Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I have brought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are a cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okehanu, is located in Kusama Uka. The other, smaller fellow, is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Urkopaka. Urkopaka? Urkopaka. Urkopacha? Is the cha? I don't think the cha would be pronounced. Anyway, they appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Uanpella. Oh god. I need to hear these names in a voice cutscene. Now, as for deciding which village to visit first... Why don't you put that adventurer's instinct of yours to work for us, Mance? Pick our destination. Upon completing this quest, the main scenario will branch into two quest paths. Oh, you actually have to pick one or the other. You can't just accept both. I kind of want to go here first. Because it's a Hanu. We go south through the Arc of the Dawn, then follow the road which runs alongside the river. Is that right? It is. Be warned, however, my brethren tell me the recent storm has rendered the path even muddier than usual. The footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes, though. Homes were torn apart, and several people injured if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. If you do still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution. We'll be sure to watch our footing, thank you. Now I'm worried for the Hanu. It sounds like they were hit hard by the storm. Anyway, if we're bound for the Kusama Uka, we should head over to the Ark. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, Master Merchant. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at that place. It's all been arranged. In exchange for a few days of my... Unlimited tacos in exchange for a few days of my time? I'd be a fool. I'd be a fool to pass up that deal. Uh-oh. It begins. You there! You are Matt Stoutline, are you not? The adventurer from across the water has been lending the third promise his strength. This is the Hunts, This is Hunts, isn't it? And well met. To tell the truth, I've been meaning to make your acquaintance for some time. I have a proposition for you. Yep, it is Hunts. You are familiar with the Orisian Hunts, yes? We have something very similar here in Tuiolal, and having heard much of your philanthropic spirit, not to mention your capacity for violence, we should very much like to recruit you to our cause. If you are interested, speak to my associate Bull Oga. He's the master of the hunt and yeah. New dawn, new hunt. Yes, I am one of those players. Only the blue quests, though. But I will warn you, you're going to be seeing quite a bit of side questing here. What do we have here? Your posture could use some work, but you've got good eyes. Eyes that have seen a few things. You here to sign up? The Wing of Protection recommend you. Do they? Da-da-da-da. Ah da 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 da. Hi Blaze, bye Blaze. There's a quest up there. Oh, that's a sightseeing quest. Oh, you're a cousin. Oh, wow. Anyway. Don't worry about it.
Kosamauka, the land of rainbow terraces. It commands the gaze of all who
Did he say
visit without
Kozomakwa?
fail.
Makwa?
The many-colored marvel.
I'll have to hear it again.
An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded along the Marcy Trail, a road upon which the Dawn Servant and his comrades once traveled.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
The Isle of Ham was impressive, but as you can see, Tuliyola does not want for natural wonders.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
I won't. Told you I've been here before.
She says as she then falls into a bog.
Come on. Okanu isn't much farther.
Okanu. Ok. It's not okay, it's ok. Okay. Ok. Oh boy, it's Aether Compass time. Did you walk into a bog? Either buy that or buy the Alpha bike. Like our friend said, the people are in no mood for festivities. I assume they're still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed, well, let's do what we can to find the selector. Oh, Kale. Oh, what now? It's a Hano greeting. Surely you've heard it the last time you were here. Well, I was busy enjoying the festival. Thanks to the third promise and her entourage, I, Zanu Hali, welcome you to Arkanu. As elder of my people, I should be seeing the right 6. I mean, you could buy both, but that's like $60. So our idea about the lectures was correct. You just do as Papa said and retrace his pathways. Give me the feet and test my worth. All in good time, all in good time. In fact, I can let you know that we are not quite ready to begin. For the moment, please enjoy the hospitality of our village. Should we poke around a bit then? We might pick up some clues about the feet, you know, prepare ourselves. That's surprisingly prudent of you. What, you think I'm being too cautious? No, I'm impressed is all. We admire and respect your father, who is prone to decisive action. I expect you to rush in at first and ask questions later. Or never. I do look up to Papa, but you should know that he has a pragmatic side too. The head of reason is the thinker who takes time to consider all the possibilities. With the long naps he takes these days, though, the head of resolve is less restrained by his wisdom. I can't fault you for thinking that that's all there is to him, but there's more to the Dawn Servant you've seen thus far. I should like to speak with the head of reason one day. Well, I'm sure you'll catch him awake soon enough. There's a subject at hand. You wish to take a look around Akehanu then? Akanu then? Do some groundwork before the beefy begins. I was right of it as elder. Yep. For instance, or concentrate something at the settlement. Meanwhile, he's handed the northern half. I'm sorry, I'm speed reading. Sounds good to me. There's honestly just gonna be points where I just speed read instead of voice act. Hi, you. Ooh. Gaping hole in the wall and the missing portion of it clearly work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing. So what you're saying is a hurricane passed through, and that's what we sailed through. We sailed through a hurricane. A lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hanu have spoken of usual cheery selves. That storm broke more than wood and reeds. I was thinking something I could do to help them. I'm gonna look around a bit more. And chicken bones, just reeds were harvested some time ago. Reed's boat-like vessel with the bird, beak, and feathered tail in particular stand out. It must be over the same reason as you gather into little sea. Practical and cultural skills. Hello, can you all hear me? Both that they're ready to see us now. Come to the large building south of the village. I'll hurry over too. Voiced cutscene, probably. Usually you can kind of just tell by the way a cutscene opens that it might be voiced. I'm assuming this one is.
No sign of Zorolja or that oversized lout.
I bet they're over in the other area.
How much easier it would be if Zorolja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu. I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
Okay, here they are.
He made it after all.
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed. It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga. In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
Reeds seem to be of great importance to the Hanu. I wonder what this feat entails.
Aw,
We use
the
reeds
Yokvanu
in
music.
every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material. But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing. How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament. Surely, those who aspire to be
That
Dawn
smile.
Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Exactly, exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
I'm already imagining. I'm already imagining how they're gonna be, what the answer to this is. Waklama is going to find the ultimate, like, answer to this. Koana is gonna be like, well, I can introduce these new irrigation things from Charlian. And the other two are gonna be like, just take from the others.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
Oh, mercy me! You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja. Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts. Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The Feat of Reeds is begun. Claimants, I wish you the best of luck.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
What of Little Miss Mittens?
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
Then we see eye to eye on this, brother. Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you. These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
Damn it! I'm just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
I'll be right back. Okay, I wanted to look back on my stream, and it's nice to know that at least in the VOD, the connection issues aren't showing. It's just during the stream itself. I'm just trying something. I'll be back in a bit. I'm gonna stop my stream just for a little bit. I'll be right back on.